receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free. Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Pick up your phone and call right now. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. Once again, that's 800-932-5517.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
That's going to wrap up this hour of Sports Byline. Matt Devlin with us, longtime play-by-play announcer for the Toronto Raptors. And, of course, he has had many other stops along the way in his outstanding play-by-play career. He also worked for the NBA's Memphis Grizzlies and also for the Charlotte Bobcats. He's also done play-by-play for the NBA on TNT, Major League Baseball on TBS, and NFL on Fox. And in 2019, aside from winning along with the Toronto Raptors the NBA championship, he became a Canadian citizen during that Raptors NBA Finals run. And John Feinstein, outstanding writer, has a brand new book out. Check this one out. It's about college basketball. It's called The Backroads to March. I'm Ron Barr. Thanks for being a part of America's Sports Talk Show.
Freaks of speed and motorheads. It's Kenny Sargent with Speed Freaks. Be sure to catch Crash Gladys, Statman, and yours truly every Sunday night, 7 to 9 Pacific, 10 to midnight Eastern. That's right, Speed Freaks on the Sports Byline Radio Network.
You're listening. Where the rubber always meets the road, I think. Actually, I'm not even sure what that means.
Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents, who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime, to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law.
Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mid-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
One low price. With National Programming Service, you can. That's right, for one low price, so low we can't publish it, you can take your favorite sports anywhere, anytime with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host, Ron Barr.
And wherever you might be across the country and around the world, I'm Ron Barr. Good to have you with us on this edition of Sports Byline. We're going to be talking to the author of a book, and it's a very sensitive subject. Her name is Katina Powell, and she is an escort. You heard me right, an escort, and along with a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist, She has written an expose of the recruiting tactics used in the basketball program at the University of Louisville, and this is based on Powell's experience providing sexual services at the school. The name of the book is Breaking Cardinal Rules, Basketball and the Escort Queen, and this book explores the length that a storied basketball program will go to secure the nation's top high school basketball talent. And I think when you listen to her own words, you can make up your own mind whether you think there's validity into what she says or not. And then right after that, we're going to be talking some more basketball. You probably do remember the name Bob McAdoo. I remember it because I was a young sportscaster, and I remember seeing him play. He was just an outstanding player who went on to become a Hall of Fame center in the NBA, also a power forward. He was an NBA MVP who played 14 seasons in the league. He won five NBA championships, 2 of them as a player with the Lakers and 3 as a coach with the Miami Heat. He is also one of the very few players to have won both the NBA and the EuroLeague as a player, a championship there. He played 7 seasons in Italy, and the overseas experience, most notably in Europe and Eastern Europe, is a very different one. I've talked to my friends who have played basketball over in Greece, and they say how the fans are so into the game that they throw coins out on the court. And one of the guys told me one time, he says, I wasn't making very much money. He said, but I made more money collecting the coins the fans threw onto the court. And McAdoo was a big man at 6'9", and he had no problems taking shots from the perimeter, which in his prime made him a nearly unstoppable force on offense. He was raised in Greensboro, North Carolina. His mother taught at his grade school, and his father was a custodian at North Carolina A&T University. He attended Ben L. Smith High School, where he not only participated in basketball and track, he was also in the marching band as a saxophone player, and I've got to ask him about that. So we're ready to crank it up this hour. Katina Powell will be here to talk about her book. Bob McAdoo will come along a little later in the hour on Sports Byline.
A little story about Boost Mobile. Davis, I am feeling pain.
What, your dog died? Your girlfriend left you?
No, the pain I'm feeling is having an old smartphone.
Mm-hmm. That's why I switched to Boost Mobile and got 4 free phones for $25 per line.
Well, I didn't. Without Boost Mobile, I got an old phone. It makes my life sad. I feel so alone. I'm switching to Boost, getting 4 phones for free. Yeah, Samsung Galaxies for my whole family.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Step up with Boost Mobile. New customers only. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Customers who use more than 35 gigabytes of data during a billing cycle will be deprioritized during times of network congestion. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Hey, so are you the type of guy that wants to look put together, but doesn't want to spend hours at the mall finding new clothes? So you can look great at the office, on the road, or even just on the weekend with friends and family? I hear you. This is why there's Stitch Fix, your personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothes right to you. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands that work for you, and even let them know what types of styles you prefer. Stitch Fix is convenient. You get great clothes delivered right to you, so you can try new styles on in the comfort of your own home and make a decision without any pressure. And Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to match your budget. There's no subscription required ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you got it all together? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix. Personal styling for men, women, and kids. Stitch Fix. Personal styling for everybody.
Don't go out to eat. Go out to Eat at Chili's. Chicken or shrimp fajitas are now on 3 for $10. So hear that chicken sizzle.
Ooh, yummy.
Or that shrimp sizzle.
They sound so similar.
People laughing and having fun. Hey, Gary, maybe take it down a notch? It's a bit much.
Sorry.
Just kidding, Gary. Live your truth. Go out to Eat at Chili's for 3 for $10. That's a starter, fajita, and Coke, all for $10. Together, we Chili's. At participating restaurants only. Price may vary in Hawaii.
Ready to own your first real home? The road to unrenting can get a bit rocky. It takes a reliable partner to right wrong turns. That's the role of a realtor, an expert voice of reason helping you navigate the rigmarole of real estate. A trusted ally who knows and represents your rights, so you get all the right guidance on your journey home. Is your agent a realtor? Look for the R. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Katina Powell joins us on Sports Byline. She's an escort, and along with Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist Dick Caddy, they've written an expose of recruiting tactics used in college basketball, especially with the program at the University of Louisville, and it's based on Powell's experience providing sexual services at the school. The name of her book is Breaking Cardinal Rules, Basketball and the Escort Queen, and the book explores the length that a storied basketball program will go to secure the nation's top high school basketball talent. Katina, let me ask you, first of all, what was your motivation for writing this book?
I just felt like, one, it was my right. Two, the story needed to be told, and to profit off my story.
Did you ever anticipate the firestorm of reaction that you've gotten over this book?
No.
What has surprised you the most about the reaction?
Just how people are so biased, how, it's just, I'm just strictly wrong and U of L's not wrong. It's kind of crazy, but it's fine.
Do you also think there's a racial component to the reaction and to this book and to you?
Yes. It's just been kind of crazy. You have a lot of people saying a lot of things, a lot of people trying to say that it's all me, my fault. U of L had nothing to do with this. It's really crazy.
Tell me a little bit about your background.
My background, I went to Catholic school. My mother died at 16. I was brought up by my father. I had a really good upbringing,
And what was it that directed you toward the escort business?
I danced a few times, and then I figured that, that wasn't my line of work, and I was introduced to escorting, and that's where I went from there.
And how did the relationship with the Louisville basketball program start?
Through a mutual friend that introduced me to Andre McGee, and it went from there.
Did you know Andre before you were introduced to him?
No, I did not.
And tell me a little bit about the introduction and how the whole relationship between you, Katina, and also Louisville began. Take me through it a little bit.
Like I said, I was introduced through a friend, and I went to U of L. I was asked to bring some girls there just to dance for recruits and to party. That was basically it. I met Andre, and then Andre pretty much asked me if I wanted to, continue to bring girls to do shows for recruits, and that was our relationship. That was the extent of it.
And that started in 2010, and you say it went through 2014?
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, how was it presented to you, and how was it presented to the athletes that were coming to Louisville and are being recruited? How was all of this presented to them?
Well, I don't know how it was presented to them, but I know how it was presented to me. It was, like I said, they asked me if I was interested in making some money, bringing girls to dance for recruits, and I said yes. And once I got there, Andre turned it around, and he started asking, was there any girls who wanted to make extra money for these recruits? And he just started, telling me that he had to get these recruits no matter what. Whatever he had to do, he was going to do it to get these recruits to sign.
Did the girls understand that there may be sex involved with the players?
No, that was strictly between them and Andre.
And so you did not set it up for that purpose alone?
No, I did not. I brought girls to dance.
I was interested in a quote that you have. You said, I looked into those young faces and their eyes reflected their fear and loss of innocence. We've done so many recruits, it's sickening. Tell me a little bit more about your reaction to it and some of the experiences that you felt and that you saw when you were with the girls in that environment.
Well, the girls had fun. It was fun for the girls to be able to meet players and interact with them and to be able to party with them. But when it came to the recruits, Andre was pretty much on the leader of that end. He would talk to the recruit, ask the recruit what he wanted, who he wanted, and then he would pretty much, tell the girl and ask her, did she want to make extra money? And that's where it went from there. And, Andre would pretty much set it up.
I'm interested in knowing whether you saw that what you were doing a little bit different or any different from the hostess programs they have at all universities when they bring in recruits for football and basketball, because that seems to be something that they do across the country.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was different or anything like that. I just knew that I was helping Andre out, and like he said, the pressure was on him, and he had to get these recruits by all means.
I know you have said that you can't believe that Rick Pitino did not know about this. What makes you feel that way?
Well, all I'm saying is, with all the girls that were brought and all the recruits that were serviced, we went through security several times. Security saw us. There were cameras. There were all, most of the players that were there would, come down the hall or stop in. And it was hard for me to believe that Pitino knew nothing about it, even when Andre said, repeatedly that Rick knows about everything, and that's just that's just how I took it, and I left it at that.
Were you shocked by something like this happening? I mean, or have you been around long enough that nothing really shocks you, Katina?
Yeah, nothing really shocks me.
It's interesting because when you think about these young men, and as you said off the quote that I just read, right, that you were concerned about them, did it change your opinion about big-time college sports?
Yes, because, you see the innocence of those guys when the other guys would come and, pretty much torture them, in a lot of sexual ways as far as, how fast it ended or, things like that. It kind of like made those guys feel really low and feel bad because, they, it seemed like this was something that, was just put on them. And I mean, like I said, all I know is I brought dancers, and the rest is what it is.
Is there a positive message here? And what I mean by that is by pointing out something like this, that maybe the NCAA, maybe the universities around the country are going to take a good, hard look at their programs, because it sounds like to me, and I've been around for a long time in sports, and I've seen that situation down at North Carolina, also at the University of Miami, that there is not a lot of institutional control over some of their athletic programs. Do you get that same sense from having gone through this?
Yes, because while in the dorm, the basketball or the players' dorm, it was a lot of things, going on. A lot of people that couldn't be controlled. A lot of people that did what they wanted to do. So the bottom line is, you can listen to what I say and judge me as far as the other side with my kids, but the big picture is, these kids and what they're getting when they come to these universities, to basically, just come and look around and see what they offer. They're getting way more than what they bargained for.
Yeah, along with what you were providing for them, entertainment, was there anything else that you saw during the courses of the time that you were at the University of Louisville that, kind of disturbed you a little bit?
Yes, but I can't speak on it.
Okay, I understand that. Where do we go from here with this book and also with this expose? Because I suppose there has to be, I won't say an end point, but there has to be some progression to do something about these sort of things.
I really think that people need to look, they need to look into it a lot more and see what's going on and not just sweep it under the rug, because that's what a lot of them are going to do. They're going to pretend like, they're concerned and they're investigating and, they're going to change it. But the bottom line is money talks, and they're not going to change anything. They're going to continue to get these recruits the way they've been getting them, and that's the bottom line.
So, in other words, this Louisville situation is not an isolated situation in your mind?
No.
Yeah. Were you surprised to any degree to see how the president at Louisville responded with his support for Rick Pitino and just with what Rick said? I mean, did you expect anything other than that?
No, I didn't. I expected everybody to be Team Rick, Team Pitino. I expected everybody to believe that he did no wrong and that he does no wrong, when you can clearly look at his past and see that he's no angel.
Yeah, you mentioned about Andre McGee. Do you think he was just a rogue employee? Or, how does somebody come up with the idea, okay, let me get some girls for these guys?
I don't know. All I know is, like I said, that I was called to do this. I was asked to do this. So, I don't know.
Anything else you'd like people to take away from your book?
Well, I mean, I just want people to understand, like I said, what goes on in colleges and what's going on with their kids when they bring them to these colleges. And I don't want anybody to think, I've heard that it's something being said or written about me being scorned because Andre stopped dealing with me or because, we was having some sort of affair. No, that was not true. I met Andre in 2010. Me and Andre had a deal in one time in 2010 and no more after that. I'm not a woman to scorn. I'm a woman who did something for a college basketball team that asked me to do this. So me and Andre had no dealings, and that's what I want to be known. I'm not scorned. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. It's just, what I'm saying is the truth, and people should look into it.
Katina, I want to thank you very much for joining us and talking about this book. I think it's a very interesting book, and continued good luck. Thank you, Katina.
Thank you.
Katina Powell with us, and again, an escort, along with a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist, Dick Caddy. They have written an expose on recruiting tactics used in the basketball program at the University of Louisville. It's called Breaking Cardinal Rules, Basketball, and the Escort Queen. We continue with more of you in Sports Byline.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these three key words: buy, sell, hold. Those three magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing VectorVest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Bob McAdoo joins us on Sports Byline, the Hall of Fame center, power forward, and league MVP who played 14 seasons in the NBA, winning 5 NBA championships, 2 as a player with the Lakers and 3 as coach with Miami. And he is also one of very few players to have won both the NBA and the EuroLeague titles as a player, and he played over in Italy for some 7 years. Bob, you were raised in Greensboro, North Carolina. Tell me a little bit about growing up down there.
It was a great
great time for me. I mean, it was also a troubled time because, it was in the 60s and, the schools were just starting to integrate and, it was a trying time, but it was fun for me. I was in the sports. I wasn't in anything else. I was playing everything until I got to be a sophomore in high school, and I just kind of I stopped playing football and baseball and ended up playing basketball and doing the high jump and track. And my mother and father. I grew up with my mother and father. I had one sister, and the community we lived in just fantastic. I mean, there was this, Greensboro was a small town at the time, 200,000 people, 300,000, and it was, it was a wonderful time for me.
It must have been a confusing time for you as well. I've talked to my other friends, particularly those baseball players that played in the old Negro Leagues, and they told me how challenging and difficult it was. How did you keep balance? Now, I know your mother was a teacher in grade school and your dad was a custodian at North Carolina A&T University. So where did the balance come from to allow you to understand this and adjust to it?
Well, my mother was very protective, of course, because, both of my parents grew up down south, so they knew, the difficult challenges that would happen, but, things were happening very fast down there, like in, I think I was transferred and bused to a school in 66, an all-white school, and all of a sudden that all-white school, after 1 week, turned into an all-black school because of white flight. So, I mean, I saw things like that. I mean, the movie Remember the Titans, right. I mean, that happened all over the South. I mean, I remember, I saw that movie and it just brought back memories of the same things that happened in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Was sports in, say, basketball or football, if you happen to be an African-American, a little bit of an easier path? Did it make it a little bit easier for acceptance?
Yeah, I think so because, we weren't politicians. And, of course, a lot of the white ball players, they weren't politicians. They just wanted to play. It was the fans and the parents that were, usually getting in the way of things happening at that time. I remember, looking in newspaper articles, the black school across town was the black champion, and they'd be on the back page and have maybe 3 lines talking about their championship while, the white schools who were average, would have a full color page on the front page. I mean, that's the kind of indignities that you had to, go through and, trying to go through the movie theaters. You had to sit in the balcony. You had, white water fountains, colored water fountains. Couldn't go in certain stores. I mean, it was, and, my mother kind of shielded me from it. But when I became a young teenager, 13 and 14, I started seeing it. It kind of had an effect on you, growing up.
You participated in basketball and track, but you also, how good of a saxophone player were you on the marching band?
I was pretty good. My mother, she wanted me to be a musician. I was in the band. I was in the concert band. I was in the marching band. I played the alto saxophone. I made first team All-State. And I even had I was even in a band. We played at proms and stuff like that. And then when I started getting into athletics, it kind of took over the music part. Thank goodness.
You went to Vincennes University in Indiana for the first couple of years. How did you end up there and why?
It was strange. It was the last school that I visited, and I needed to go to Division I. I needed a higher college board score, so I knew I needed to go to a junior college first, maybe for 1 year. And I went to Vincennes. Was recruited by Jerry Reynolds, and now that I look back, Jerry Reynolds was, he ended up going to the NBA. I think he coached a little bit for Sacramento. He was one of the best recruiters. I mean, people talk about Tyler Perry now at Kentucky. Jerry Reynolds was definitely in that class. I went up to Vincennes. It was my last visit. And I happened to, I brought my stuff and had a chance to play with some of the players up there. And I was like, wow, these guys are fantastic. And I just said, look, I'm going to sign with them because they had size, they had speed, and they were just playing good. And, I had planned on transferring after 1 year to go to UCLA. I was getting feelers from UCLA, John Wooten, and I decided to go back my second year because we won the national championship that first year in junior college at Vincennes. And we even got better. Even though we didn't win it the second year, we got better. We got Foots Walker, who ended up having like a 10-year NBA career. He was my roommate. And we just had a fantastic team. So, then my second year at Vincennes, Dean Smith came into the picture. I was never even recruited by North Carolina in high school. North Carolina came into the picture, and, my father was starting to get ill. I wanted my father to see me play. I knew if I'd gone out to UCLA, it was going to be difficult for him to see me. So I decided that I met Dean Smith, and he was just a fantastic human being. I just loved him as a man. And not that I didn't love John Wooten, but I loved Dean Smith. He was close to home. And I decided to go to North Carolina so my family could see me play.
You went there for one season. You helped lead them to a 29-5 record and the Final Four. You were named first-team All-American. And then you had a tough decision to make. Do I stay for another year or do I go pro? Tell me about the thought process.
Well, the thing that made me go pro was I was in the Pan American Games before I went to North Carolina, and I got hurt and fractured my ankle during the Pan American Games. And I said to myself, once my foot healed and I got to Carolina and we had such a successful year, I had a successful year individually, we had a successful year as a team, and I saw the NBA coming after me, I decided not to take a chance my senior year. I said I could get hurt like I did in the Pan American Games, and that was one of my decisions. But the main one was my father. My father, the contract was put on the table. My father saw the money. My father went back into his drawer and showed me his check stub. And he said, son, it'll take me 10 years to make that kind of money. And, that's all it took. I was gone. My mother didn't want me to do it. My mother was angry with me. She did not want me to leave school. My father's the one that turned the tables for me when I first time I saw his check stub, and he told me, and I could multiply and add. My salary is going to be 10 times what he made as a carpenter. I decided to leave.
We got about 90 seconds, but you were selected in the first round, second overall by the Buffalo Braves, now the Los Angeles Clippers. What did you think pro basketball would be like, and how was it similar to or different from what you thought, Bob?
Well, basketball has always been a game that I love. I kind of knew I could play pro because I used to come home in the summer, and the ABA team, the Carolina Cougars, were based in Greensboro, and I used to play against some of the Carolina Cougars in the summer, and, I did a little bit more than hold my own. That's when I knew I could play pro ball. But that was the ABA. And at that time, the NBA was getting all the play, and, you kind of read up, people, NBA was the place to play. And I said, let me get this thing a shot. I know I can play in the ABA, but the NBA is where everybody wanted to play at that time. And because when I found out I was going to be a high draft choice, I decided to throw my name in the hat, and the rest was history.
Bob McAdoo is with us here on Sports Byline. We're talking with the Hall of Fame center power forward who was the league MVP and also played 14 seasons in the NBA, won 5 NBA championships, 2 as a player and 3 as a coach. But he also played over in Italy, and a little bit later on we're going to talk about that experience as well. But for a big man, he also had a wonderful touch from the outside, something you don't normally expect from a big man. And we'll talk to him about that as we continue on Sports Byline.
Hey, so are you the type of guy that wants to look put together, but doesn't want to spend hours at the mall finding new clothes? So you can look great at the office, on the road, or even just on the weekend with friends and family? I hear you. This is why there's Stitch Fix, your personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothes right to you. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands that work for you, and even let them know what types of styles you prefer. Stitch Fix is convenient. You get great clothes delivered right to you, so you can try new styles on in the comfort of your own home and make a decision without any pressure. And Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to match your budget. There's no subscription required ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you got it all together? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix, personal styling for men, women, and kids. Stitch Fix, personal styling for everybody.
Attention homeowners. Do you have a house that's in need of serious repairs? Do you have tenants that never seem to make their monthly payments? How about code violations, past due taxes, or maintenance costs you just can't afford? Then call my friends right now at Quick Cash Offer. They specialize in buying any home, no matter how ugly the situation. Turn that problem property into cash right now. It's just that simple. One call and you can get rid of that home headache forever. They buy the ugliest houses with instant closings, instant cash, and huge savings. Plus, there are no realtor fees, no listing fees, and no repair costs. Just cash in your hands for that painful property. They're buying a few more houses in your neighborhood this month. So take advantage of this cash offer and call Quick Cash Offer now.
800-426-2301. 800-426-2301. That's 800-426-2301.
Isaac, you missed the winning dunk and cost your team the championship. What are your thoughts?
Well, I switched to Boost Mobile and got a super fast network and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, so even when we lose, I still win.
It was an easy, fast break, and no one was near you.
You know what's fast? Boost Mobile's super fast network.
They're calling your shot the greatest miss in history.
Boost Mobile's prices are never a miss. I even get 4 lines for $25 per line per month.
Oh, look at that. The fans are burning your jersey.
Yep, the fans get it. My Boost Mobile network is en fuego.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Step up with Boost Mobile. New customers only. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Customers who use more than 35 gigabytes of data during a billing cycle will be deprioritized during times of network congestion. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Bob McAdoo has joined us here on Sports Byline, the Hall of Fame center and power forward. Before the break, I alluded to the fact that at 6'9", you had no problems taking shots from the perimeter. And right. In your prime, you made, you were almost unstoppable as far as the force on offense. Tell me about developing the outside touch as well as the inside game.
Well, it started in high school. I remember when I was a sophomore, I was really tall, and because I was so good on the inside, I started getting a lot of zone defenses around me, and I wouldn't touch the ball for long periods of time. So, it was just a natural thing for me. I just started working on my outside shot because I saw I had spots on the floor where I could get in the zone. And, when I was young, I became a zone buster my sophomore, junior, senior year. And that's, I kept working on my shot, and it became what it was. I became one of the, best outside shooting people in the league because it was something I worked on. I wasn't a guy who was where the coach at the time would say, hey, you 6'9", 6'10", I want you on this box. My high school coach, my junior college, Dean Smith, they didn't do that. They saw what I could do. They saw I could shoot, and they let me shoot from the outside. And I kind of perfected it. And, when I got to the pros, I got even better at it.
I was just going to go there because when you were playing, it was believed that if you were a big guy, you needed to be down low. You needed to be doing the dirty work, getting the rebounds and everything. The game has now evolved to a perimeter game as well. You were going up against the Bob Laniers, the Kareem Abdul-Jabbars, and others like that. Were they comfortable, or did they try to put you in that little box and say, no, we don't want you out on the perimeter taking those shots?
No, they never did that. Even when I got to Buffalo, Jack Ramsey let me do my thing. He saw what I could do. He saw I could go inside, outside. He saw that, I was putting really more, I had more of an edge over the big guys inside because I would bring them outside, which would open up the lanes for other guys on our team to drive. They had to guard me because I could hit from 15 to 19 feet. And, it was really the start of something. I was one of the first guys that was out there shooting and dribbling and getting where I wanted to go on the court. And now you see, multiple 6'9", 6'10" guys who are good outside, Kevin Durant, Nowitzki that shoot outside now.
It's interesting you bring up the name of Jack Ramsey. Earlier you were talking about your coach at Vincennes and how he impressed you so much. Jack Ramsey, they called him Dr. Jack Ramsey. Was he somebody also important in your life professionally?
Yes, he was. I got my shot in Buffalo with him when he inserted me into the lineup in December because we had a injury to our all-star power forward, Bob Kaufman. He put me in the lineup as a rookie, and Bob never saw the court anymore. As a rookie, I think from December to the end of the season, I was averaging like 33 a game, and I guess him and Eddie Donovan, the general manager at the time, they decided they were going to build the team around me. They ended up trading everybody off of that team, which, it wasn't good that first year. I think we won 22 games. He traded everybody, started getting other players. He got Jim McMillan in. He got Garfield Hurd in. He started playing Randy Smith more, and we turned it around. We won 20 more games the next year and became a playoff team every year.
I was just going to say you won 3 NBA scoring titles, but the thing that jumps out at me, Bob, about you is your consistency. You were a three-tool guy, and you don't hear that much about guys in professional basketball being a three-tool guy because, you remain the last person to have averaged 30 points, 15 rebounds per game. You also led the NBA in field goal percentage in 73-74, shooting 54.7%. That's consistency. Was that something that you always strived for?
Well, that was something that was put in my mind by Dean Smith. Dean Smith was the type of coach. We always shot over 50% as a team. And Dean's thing was, if you wasn't shooting 50%, you were not worthy to even get a play run for you. So we were conscious on the quality of the shots that we got. Now, I was able to, because I was 6'9", 6'10", I was able to jump over people and, I was able to just shoot. I had an uncanny ability to shoot with people's hands in my face. That's something I developed as I got older and got in the pros. I got better with that. And, but the mind, it was put in my mind from Dean Smith at Carolina. Try your best to shoot 50%. And I think, over my 14-year career, I shot 50% from the field, even though a lot of my shots were outside. And over in Europe, I think I shot maybe 56% from the field in my 7 years over there.
Well, let me ask you about your MVP season, which was the 74-75 season. You averaged almost 35 points, 14 rebounds. You had 2.12 blocks per game, and you shot 51% from the field. What was it that allowed you to have that type of consistency that particular season?
I'd gotten so close the year before. I came in second in voting for the MVP, and even, I mean, I came in twice. I came in the voting twice. So, I mean, I'm almost a 3-time MVP. I mean, nobody talks about that, but I almost made MVP, and people saying, well, he should have got it, but he's young, he can get it. But, I mean, I didn't go with that. I thought I should have gotten it. We had a great year. I had an outstanding year. But, being in Buffalo, if I was with the Knicks, it's been a done deal. But Buffalo is not a mega media center. So, I had to work extra hard. And I knew I had to do that if, I was going to get the recognition. That was a motivating factor for me.
You finally pick up your 2 NBA titles, both of them with the Los Angeles Lakers in 82 and 85. At that particular time in your career, Bob, you were more of a sixth man, and you had some great teammates, of course, Magic Johnson, Kareem, James Worthy, Michael Cooper, Byron Scott, and Kurt Rambis, and Jamal Wilkes. But I really think you coming off the bench at that time was something that gave them the completion that they really needed to have. How hard was it for you to adjust your thinking and your playing style of coming off the bench to contribute?
Well, I adjusted because I had to adjust. I mean, I didn't like it. I shouldn't have come off the bench, but I mean, I did because I'd done everything individually in the league that I wanted to do. And, every player wants to win a championship. And that's, that was my main goal when I got to L.A. If I was a young player, no way I would have done it. But I was an older player. I wanted a championship. And I said, look, if I got to do this and come off the bench and sacrifice, this is what I'm going to do. And I got my 2 championships.
When you take a look at those 2 championship teams and all the players I mentioned before, what was the commonality of them and of those teams?
Talent. we had overwhelming talent. I know, they made a big deal out of the big 3, and I talked to LeBron about it. When LeBron came to Miami, they talked about LeBron, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade. I said, LeBron, let me tell you something. They don't talk about this, but the Los Angeles Lakers, we had 7 All-Stars on the team. At one time or another, 7 guys on our team have been on the All-Star team. I said, no team in the history of the NBA could put 3 MVPs out on the court, me, Kareem, and Magic at one time. The only time in the history. So it was talent, bottom line. Jerry West was able to put together a team that, if it hadn't been for injuries, it's no telling how many championships we'd have won. I mean, the 2 years that we lost, we had major injuries. James broke his leg one year. One year I had a pulled hamstring. Norm Nixon had a separated shoulder. I mean, the injuries probably kept us from winning 4 straight championships.
It's interesting. You mentioned about talent being the overriding factor in all of those teams and players as well. But you mentioned also the big 3 down in Miami. A lot of talent there as well. How hard is it to blend a team when you have a lot of talent? I think you know what I'm talking about because roles are really important. How hard is that?
Roles are important. I mean, Chris had been the leading guy in Toronto. LeBron, of course, is the leading guy in Cleveland. Dwayne was the leading guy in Miami. That's why we started. We didn't start out. I think we were like 9-7 or 9-8. We started out because guys didn't know their roles. Guys sometimes were trying to back up and let the other guys shine. Some guys, this is what Chris and Dwayne and LeBron had to learn, and they did learn it, and we ended up going to the champ. We lost that championship that first year, but they learned it during the course of the year, and over those 4 years, they got better at it. That's why we were, successful and won 2 out of those 4 years of getting to the final.
We got a couple minutes left, and I'd be amiss if I didn't talk about the 7 years you played in Italy. I mean, you were that big of a star. You were the biggest American star, I think, ever to play in Europe, and you helped lead Milano to a couple of championships as well. I've had my friends who have played in Greece say they made more money from the coins thrown on the court in Greece than...
Exactly right. Exactly right.
What was that experience like, and why did you give so much time to it, Bob?
Italy was fantastic. I really loved my experience in Italy. I mean, not only did we win the Italian championship, we won the EuroLeague championship. It gave me a chance, because we were the best Italian team, it made us play in the EuroLeague. I was able to travel Europe, something I never would have done if I hadn't gone over there to play as a player. And, I mean, it was just a fantastic experience. You know, I've been to Greece, I've been to Israel, I've been to England, Spain, Portugal. I mean, you name it. I played in all of those countries over there, and the people were just so mad about basketball. It was fantastic to me. Utterly fantastic. I would do it again if I had a chance.
I was just going to ask you, what was it like from a fan perspective? Because maybe they don't know the game as well as the American fans, but they're very passionate about the game they see.
They were very passionate. I mean, you play a team like from Greece, like you said, and you know, if the referee got a bad call, even in Italy, bad call, you might have toilet paper, coins, all kind of stuff coming at you on the floor. I mean, we had to run off the floor a couple of times because it got so rowdy, like a soccer match. And you know, but it was a great experience. I mean, the NBA definitely got me ready for Europe. I mean, I thought Boston was loud. There was no comparison to the European crowds when we had we had a full house all the time because we were like the Lakers and the Celtics with our Milan team over in Italy.
We've got a little bit over a minute left, and when Bob McAdoo, the Hall of Fame center, sits back and thinks about his life and thinks about his career as well, what is it that's kind of engraved in your mind that you'll never forget, Bob?
You know, the experiences. You know, I've lived in a lot of places, and I enjoyed, you know, most of the places that I lived in. That's a long way from Greensboro, North Carolina, a little small Greensboro, North Carolina. I mean, I've lived in basically all the major cities. I was on all the big teams, you know, the New York Knicks, Los Angeles Lakers, over in Europe. You know, I was on the Milan team, which was the biggest team over there. It was just fantastic experience, and it was all because of basketball.
Bob, I want to thank you very much. I had the pleasure of watching your career when you were playing. I was a young sportscaster at that time, and I remember a game that I covered, and I was just in awe of what I saw on the floor. I could see the passion in your game, the flow of the game, the way you understood the game, the way you loved the game, and you really gave an awful lot, and that's why you went into the Hall of Fame, and deservedly so.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Bob McAdoo joining us again, Hall of Fame center, power forward, and league MVP, who played 14 seasons in the NBA. He played 21 overall when you count the 7 years that he played in Europe as well. He won championships over there, but in the NBA, he won 5 NBA championships, 2 as a player when he was playing with the Lakers, and 3 as an assistant coach with the Miami Heat as well. But I'll tell you what, I've never seen anybody with a more complete game than Bob McAdoo. We continue with more of you in Sports Byline.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family, you never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free. Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Pick up your phone and call right now. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. Once again, that's 800-932-5517.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
And that's going to wrap up this hour of Sports Byline. We talked with Katina Powell about her book. It's called Breaking Cardinal Rules, Basketball and the Escort Queen. And that book explores the length that a storied basketball program will go to secure the nation's top high school basketball talent. And then Bob McAdoo was with us, Hall of Fame center. He was also a power forward. He played in the league for 14 seasons, and he won 5 NBA championships, 2 as a player with the Lakers and 3 as a coach. Don't forget you can hear Sports Byline USA on Stitcher's Smart Radio. Stitcher allows you to listen to your favorite shows directly from your iPhone, Android phone, BlackBerry, or WebOS phones, on demand and on the go. So download it for free at Stitcher.com or in the app stores. Stitcher Smart Radio, the smarter way to listen to radio.
Hi, this is Jay Ritchie, the co-host of Tee to Green, the golf show, a show by golfers for golfers. Be sure to join us every Sunday morning at 7 a.m. Pacific Time when we talk golf live from the Broadmoor Resort in Colorado Springs, Colorado, right here on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of Kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free Kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Midpress News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Midpress News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Time with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live. Worldwide. Sports Byline USA. And here's host, Ron Barr.
And wherever you might be across this great country of ours and around the world, I'm Ron Barr. Good to have you with us for this edition of Sports Byline. We've been saying that since 1988. It was in October 1988 that we said that for the first time, and we launched the first national sports talk radio network. And I can tell you truly, I've enjoyed walking through the door every day, sitting down and saying that and doing this show because of you fans out there and the great athletes that I've had the opportunity to talk to, the coaches, the owners, and it's been a pleasure for me to do this show. I'm very proud of it. And I'm proud of the network because, of course, when we began, it was only 2 hours a night. Now we're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we got so many ways that you can hear us, including our 200 U.S. radio stations, 500 stations in 177 countries on the American Forces Network. You can hear us on iHeartRadio, Stitcher, TuneIn, CRN Digital. So wherever you might be, and, of course, you can hear us on the phones as well. So check us out at sportsbyline.com. We're going to kick things off talking a little football here. Bob Crable is standing by, the former Notre Dame linebacker who was a two-time All-American. He set Notre Dame's records for most career tackles, 521, most tackles in a season, 187. And listen to this, most tackles in a game, 26 against Clemson. He was drafted in the first round by the New York Jets, and he played his entire 6-year career with the Jets after growing up in Cincinnati. He grew up in the Cincinnati area and attended Archbishop Moeller High School. Now, anybody that grew up in Ohio and knows that particular area, Archbishop Moeller was one of the powerhouse teams in the state of Ohio. His Moeller High School teams won 3 consecutive football state championships, and they compiled a 3-season record of 36-0. He went on to Notre Dame. He played for Coach Dan Devine and Coach Jerry Fouse's Notre Dame Fighting Irish teams, and he played then linebacker, as I said, for the Jets for 6 years. His career was cut short because of knee injuries, and then he returned to his high school and his alma mater, Moeller High School, and was named the head football coach there. So we'll talk some football with Bob Crable. He's the author of Forever Red, and Steve is described as not a well-adjusted adult. He's a Nebraska football fan, and his book is about what it is like to be a passionate Nebraska football enthusiast. So we're ready to crank it up, and when we come back, we're talking football with former Notre Dame linebacker Bob Crable on America's Sports Talk Show.
A little story about Boost Mobile. Davis, I am feeling pain.
What, your dog died? Your girlfriend left you?
No. The pain I'm feeling is having an old smartphone.
Mm-hmm. That's why I switched to Boost Mobile and got 4 free phones for $25 per line.
Well, I didn't. Without Boost Mobile, I got an old phone. It makes my life sad. I feel so alone. I'm switching to Boost, getting 4 phones for free. Yeah, Samsung Galaxies for my whole family.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Step up with Boost Mobile. New customers only. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Customers who use more than 35 gigabytes of data during a billing cycle will be deprioritized during times of network congestion. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Hey, so are you the type of guy that wants to look put together, but doesn't want to spend hours at the mall finding new clothes? So you can look great at the office, on the road, or even just on the weekend with friends and family? I hear you. This is why there's Stitch Fix, your personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothes right to you. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands that work for you, and even let them know what types of styles you prefer. Stitch Fix is convenient. You get great clothes delivered right to you, so you can try new styles on in the comfort of your own home and make a decision without any pressure. And Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to match your budget. There's no subscription required ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you got it all together? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix, personal styling for men, women, and kids. Stitch Fix, personal styling for everybody.
Don't go out to eat, go out to Eda at Chili's. Chicken or shrimp fajitas are now on 3 for $10. So hear that chicken sizzle.
Ooh, yummy.
Or that shrimp sizzle.
They sound so similar.
People laughing and having fun. Hey, Gary, maybe take it down a notch? It's a bit much.
Sorry.
Just kidding, Gary. Live your truth. Go out to eat at Chili's for 3 for $10. That's a starter, fajita, and Coke, all for $10. Together, we Chili's. At participating restaurants only. Price may vary in Hawaii.
Ready to own your first real home? The road to unrenting can get a bit rocky. It takes a reliable partner to right wrong turns. That's the role of a realtor, an expert voice of reason helping you navigate the rigmarole of real estate, a trusted ally who knows and represents your rights, so you get all the right guidance on your journey home. Is your agent a realtor? Look for the R. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Bob Crable joins us on Sports Byline, the former Notre Dame linebacker who was a two-time All-American, and he set Notre Dame records for most career tackles, most tackles in a season, and most tackles in a game. That was 26 against Clemson, and he was drafted in the first round by the New York Jets, and he played his entire 6-year career with the Jets. Bob, you grew up in the Cincinnati area, and you went to Archbishop Moeller High School. And I spent some time in that part of the country, and Moeller was a powerhouse when it came to high school football, and you certainly were on a couple of those powerhouse teams. Take me back there.
Well, Ron, we had in 1975 was my sophomore year, and that was the first year that Moeller had won a state championship. We weren't supposed to win that game. It was, it was just one of those situations where everything fell together. And we got on a roll. And the next 2 years that I played, overall, we were 36-0 in that 3-year period. And we had some great players. We had some people that wound up going to Notre Dame, wound up going to Penn State, Ohio State. We had some big players, and that, you look and one of the things the coaches always say, it's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmys and Joes. And we had some good people, and certainly with Coach Faust there at the time, we had some great coaches as well. And it was a very, very exciting time in my life, at least.
What were some of the other power areas for high school football in the state of Ohio? Was Massillon one of those?
Massillon was still there. Massillon, Canton, they were always big. Toledo wasn't at that time. They weren't. They really didn't have great powerhouse teams up there. But we wound up. Really, the rivals were here in town, in Cincinnati for us. And we had the Princetons, the Elders. We had some people that certainly were some very good teams at the time as well.
You went to Archbishop Moeller High School. That is a Catholic high school, so I'm assuming that pipeline to Notre Dame was intact, and you probably didn't have much choice about going somewhere else.
Well, what's really interesting about that, Ron, I had a very good friend of our family's was my baseball coach. His name was Joe Hayden, and he just passed away recently as well. But that was the best man in his wedding happened to be Bo Schembechler. So during my high school years, he was kind of priming me to go to Michigan, and it was very, very challenging. To tell him no. As a matter of fact, I thought my dad wanted me to go to Michigan, and sat down with my mom one day before I made the decision, and just kind of broke down and said, "Mom, I think Dad wants me to go to Notre Dame, or wants me to go to Michigan." And my mom came through with, she said, "Well, if it balances out the scales at all, I'd like to see you go to Notre Dame." And between, and it wasn't between Mom and Dad at that time. It was Mom trying to play that balancing act. And, they both were, Dad came home and he said, "Hey, look, son, I want you to be happy." And had two great folks that, cared a great deal. Well, we had seven kids in our family, Ron, so we had the troops running around. And, it they did a phenomenal job with us growing up.
Certainly Notre Dame has an image, and I've been on the campus a number of times broadcasting games and just visiting, and I don't know, I didn't go there, but maybe you can help me from an insider standpoint. Tell me a little bit about the aura of Notre Dame.
Well, the first experience I had with it, and I went up to on an unofficial visit to Notre Dame. This would have been my junior year. I went up with one of the brothers from Moeller, who we wound up. We had several students up there at the time, and we went up to visit them and came in at night, and we came right down Notre Dame Avenue, and the first thing you get to see coming down Notre Dame Avenue at night is the Golden Dome lit up. And I will never forget, that was something unique and special. The aura of the program itself I'm not sure it really gets you until you're out of it and you get to look back on it. There are so many great people and so many great athletes that you certainly feel unique to be in a position where you're considered to be among some of the tops. So I certainly feel very very honored to be in that position.
Bob, one of the things I picked up when I was on the campus is that it's a different kind of atmosphere for the athlete. Now, Tim Brown is a good friend of mine, and we've had long conversations about Notre Dame. They seem to develop the person as much as the athlete. I haven't seen that almost anywhere else. I mean, if you go to some of the football factory schools, you don't get that sense of it. But at Notre Dame, it seems to be more about the person. Yeah, they're a good athlete. Am I correct in that observation? And how did they establish that type of aura about the athletes?
Well, I think what they did is, everything from, my roommate was not a football player. Was not an athlete for that matter. I shouldn't say that. He was a high school athlete. But when it came to Notre Dame, this is about the person and every individual and what they have to offer, the school, what they have to offer, a relationship within a friendship. You learn that it's not, some of your closest friends aren't even athletes, so when you start looking at that and you start, I should say, looking back on it, because you don't really realize it at the time, Ron, that, there's something unique about this. You're just trying to study, get through your tests and get your diploma. And when you look back on it, you're able to say, wow, the people and what the system that they've created and what they do is very unique, I think, on college campuses, just because of the fact that it's not just about football. It's not just about, athletics. It's about getting your diploma. And that's the one thing that they talked about, in the recruiting shtick is, hey, we want you to graduate first and foremost. As a matter of fact, there were some young men who graduated just before me, and they were drafted in the NFL. And when they didn't graduate, Notre Dame said, "Hey, come on back and finish this. Your scholarship is honored. We'll take care of it." And I'm not sure what the percentage is these days with everything, as far as when they can come out into the draft, but I know at the time it was 100% graduation rate.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the difference in Notre Dame. We got about 2 minutes before we have to break here, but let me ask you about that game. 26 tackles against Clemson. Tell me what happened that day.
Well, we played a lot of defense, first of all. We had, they ran the option at the time, and the defensive coaches, Joe Yonto was defensive line coach, George Kelly was the linebacker coach, and Jimmy Johnson was the DB coach. And they put me in a position where I played some on the center. I played off as a linebacker. But you know what? When they run the ball as many times, that's the one thing that I've always said, Ron, is I don't think the amount of tackles that I made during that era was they ran the football more. You know, instead of running the football, 30 or 40 times a game, 50 times a game sometimes, they're throwing the ball that much now. So for a linebacker to get as many tackles as I had the opportunity to get, I don't think the offenses are set up that way anymore.
We've got about 45 seconds, but tell me about the return to your alma mater and being the head coach there for 8 years. What did you find is the difference in high school football from when you left after your NFL career and came back?
Well, when I was in high school, if something went wrong, my dad would sit down with me and he'd say, "Son, suck it up. And, you got to find a way to get through this." Today in high school football, you've got parents that will defend their sons, that, have a certain amount of, have expectations as far as coaches are concerned and the amount of playing time that they think that their kids are supposed to have. And, it's very challenging. Well, I think what I found out about myself, Ron, is I'm not meant to be a head coach. I'm not as politically correct as some of the people out there need to be.
Very honest comment. Bob Crable is with us again, former Notre Dame linebacker who was a two-time All-American and then drafted in the first round by the New York Jets and played his entire career with the Jets. And when we come back on the other side, we'll talk to him about that career with the New York Jets as we continue across the country and around the world. We've got you on America's Sports Talk Show.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these three key words: buy, sell, hold. Those three magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing VectorVest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Bob Crable has joined us on Sports Byline USA. Played his college ball at Notre Dame, where he was a two-time All-American, and then he gets drafted in the first round by the Jets. It doesn't sound like maybe going to the NFL was a driving force for you. Am I wrong about that, Bob?
Oh, no, you're absolutely wrong about that, Ron. I had the one of the stories that I shared with people was when I was in the fourth grade, I was in Sister Jean's class at St. Vincent High School, or St. Vincent Grade School there, where we grew up in Kenwood, and went around the room asking everyone what it was that they wanted to be when they grew up. And she got to me, and I said I wanted to be a professional football player. And everyone, and I remember this like it was yesterday, everyone in the class kind of snickered and laughed. And at that point, I swore I was never going to tell anyone what my plans were until it happened. And I was married my senior year, and, we may have said, you refer to it, but I never told anyone this is my dream. And down deep, all I ever wanted to do was play football. It just so happened that Notre Dame came along and taught me a little bit more about life than I ever thought I really needed. But I was always driven by that dream of playing in the NFL.
What was your reaction to being drafted by the Jets?
Beforehand, Mike Hickey, who was the director of player personnel at the time, he had told me that they wanted to draft me in the first round. There were 6 linebackers drafted before me, Ron. It was almost demoralizing to a certain extent because you started out with guys like Chip Banks. And there were some great players that were drafted before me. But, your ego starts to get in that mix, and you say, golly, you feel like maybe I'm not that good. Maybe, they don't see something in me that I see. And so, to make a long story short, we get down to, the last few before the Jets, and there were a couple chances because the Dolphins expressed some interest in me, and I thought, that was the year that the Bengals were in the Super Bowl. I thought the Bengals might have an interest in me as well, being a hometown kid. But the Jets took me, and that was I was very excited about that.
You had your career interrupted twice, and it had nothing to do with anything that you did. 82, you joined the Jets, and that was in a strike season. Yeah. Did you just kind of shake your head a little bit? I mean, you don't run into that at any other level of football until you get to the NFL.
Right. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You don't know how to deal with it. You don't know how to react. I was in a position at the time, the game before the strike started was the New England game. This is my rookie year. It's the first game I started. And I'm thinking I'm on top of the world and everything's going to be great. And, I started this game, had a great game, and it's over. We're off. I think we're off for 5 weeks that season, 4 or 5 weeks that season. And coming back, I'm thinking, okay, now where do I fit into this? Am I a starter now, or exactly how does it work? And I had a guy who was a 5-year veteran in front of me that I played for because his hand was injured, and he wound up coming back and he was playing. So I'm playing special teams. I'm playing the backup role a little bit, and we get down to the end of the season, and I played a couple of games and wound up starting again against the Bengals in the playoffs in the first round of, or I should say the wild card game of the playoffs, and had a good game that day, and everything seemed to be falling into place. But the next week I didn't play play against the Dolphins in the AFC Championship game that year, and wound up starting that game as well, and thought everything was great until we wind up going into an off-season mini camp, and I was running a drill and got my foot caught in the AstroTurf and blew my knee out.
I was just going to say, let me ask you about a couple of guys you played with. Mark Gastineau, he led the NFL in sacks for the second straight year. That was in '84, and it was a league record 22 sacks at that time. And the other guy, Joe Klecko. Talk to me about them.
Oh, my goodness. Great guys to have in front of you. You talk about distraction for a linebacker. Those two guys were two guys that were, they were the guy. They were the real heart and soul of what went on, out there on the defense. So we had pretty good defense at the time. Marty Lyons was another one. Abdul Salam. We had a guy named Kenny Neal who wound up coming in and playing a little bit later. But, these guys were truly men. They knew what their responsibilities were. And oftentimes Joe was in a position where, he's going to keep the offensive linemen off the linebackers. And he got called for multiple penalties for grabbing offensive lineman's face mask because he couldn't grab them and keep them from getting to the next level. So they were truly professionals in terms of executing their responsibilities. So and from a linebacker standpoint, it was absolutely phenomenal being in a position where you could play behind such dedicated and skilled players.
And on the offensive side, you had a guy there that I thought was underrated, did not get the credit he truly deserved, and I'm talking about Wesley Walker.
Sure. Yeah, Wes had, and I don't know if you know this, but Wes is legally blind in one eye.
Yes, I know that.
So Wes was as fast as any receiver in the league at that time. And, Richard Todd was our quarterback, and Richard would throw balls down the sideline, and Wes would just go run and get them. And what's really amazing is, and I can't tell you if it was the left eye or the right eye, but usually they ran him down one sideline because he had better vision and the eye that they threw to that side. And it's truly amazing what a gifted receiver he was, and not being able to completely see, with having, the vision that most of us had playing at that time.
We only have 2 minutes left, and I want to ask you, because you were there when you played the last game at Shea Stadium before they moved over to New Jersey. How would you describe Shea Stadium? I mean, I did games there, and I thought it was a dump, but it was.
Well, let me tell you about the characters. Okay, the characters at Shea Stadium, and I learned this from my parents and my brother. So there were people who would come in from Queens and they would bring stereos, and they'd bring, and this is at different parts of the stadium. My folks would sit in a different section and my brothers would, but they would bring in stereos. They would hook them up and they'd put them up in the rafters, and they would play this music. They'd play, there's different music going on all throughout the stadium, and they let people do this. And it was a stadium that had, you described it. It certainly wasn't a modern stadium. It was kind of a dump. But it was set up where the people who lived in that area took such great pride in Shea Stadium. And they certainly were sad to see it go at the time. But, you're talking about we would see people, drunk guys, who would be dragged down to field level. Okay, they'd throw them over the rail, and it was almost, from a player standpoint, it was almost like an interruption of the game because you would turn around and watch what was going on in the stands. it had great character. That's what I would say about Shea Stadium.
I agree with you, and it also had blue-collar fans. I mean, they were something. I want to thank you very much, Bob, for sharing your life and your career, and especially your career in the NFL as well as at Notre Dame. Take care. You are welcome back here anytime, Bob.
Ron, thanks for having me, and God bless you and your family.
Bob Crable with us, and again, former Notre Dame linebacker who was a two-time All-American. He set Notre Dame records for most career tackles, 521. He also had the most tackles in a season, 187, and as you heard him talk about, he had the most tackles in a game. That was 26 against Clemson, and they were running the option at that time, and then played a 6-year career with the Jets. We've got you on Sports Byline.
Hey, so are you the type of guy that wants to look put together, but doesn't want to spend hours at the mall finding new clothes? So you can look great at the office, on the road, or even just on the weekend with friends and family? I hear you. This is why there's Stitch Fix, your personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothes right to you. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands that work for you, and even let them know what types of styles you prefer. Stitch Fix is convenient. You get great clothes delivered right to you, so you can try new styles on in the comfort of your own home and make a decision without any pressure. And Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to match your budget. There's no subscription required ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you got it all together? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix, personal styling for men, women, and kids. Stitch Fix, personal styling for everybody.
Attention homeowners. Do you have a house that's in need of serious repairs? Do you have tenants that never seem to make their monthly payments? How about code violations, past due taxes, or maintenance costs you just can't afford? Then call my friends right now at Quick Cash Offer. They specialize in buying any home, no matter how ugly the situation. Turn that problem property into cash right now. It's just that simple. One call and you can get rid of that home headache forever. They buy the ugliest houses with instant closings, instant cash, and huge savings. Plus, there are no realtor fees, no listing fees, and no repair costs. Just cash in your hands for that painful property. They're buying a few more houses in your neighborhood this month. So take advantage of this cash offer and call Quick Cash Offer now.
800-426-2301. 800-426-2301. That's 800-426-2301.
Isaac, you missed the winning dunk and cost your team the championship. What are your thoughts?
Well, I switched to Boost Mobile and got a super fast network and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, so even when we lose, I still win.
It was an easy, fast break, and no one was near you.
You know what's fast? Boost Mobile's super fast network.
They're calling your shot the greatest miss in history.
Boost Mobile's prices are never a miss. I even get 4 lines for $25 per line per month.
Oh, look at that. The fans are burning your jersey.
Yep, the fans get it. My Boost Mobile network is en fuego.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Step up with Boost Mobile. New customers only. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Customers who use more than 35 gigabytes of data during a billing cycle will be deprioritized during times of network congestion. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Steve Smith joins us on Sports Byline. He's the author of Forever Red. Steve is described as not a well-adjusted adult, and he's a Nebraska football fan. And his book is about what it's like to be a passionate Nebraska football enthusiast. And this book is revised, updated, and expanded from the original book, which came out back in 2005. How would you describe a Nebraska football fan, Steve?
I would say that we are very unique in our fandom. There are football fans and tried and true fans around the country of every college football team. The Nebraskans, look, there is no Nebraska state. This is a border-to-border constituency of support in this state that rivals an intensity that's unrivaled, I would say. And that's what makes us unique.
Also, is it because of the fact that there are no other major universities at least playing football in that state?
That's exactly right. It really is. It's often described as Nebraska's pro team. And so it takes on a lot of the elements of a professional football team, the obsession and the singular attention you get in the sports pages about it here. It's really the only game in town.
Steve, I know over the years of my doing play-by-play, I've walked onto campuses, and I think it's one of the truly great scenes in sports. And no matter where that campus might be, walking across it, seeing the tailgating, and also seeing the fans and everything. Describe it for me in Nebraska and Lincoln on a Saturday afternoon.
In Lincoln on a Saturday afternoon, and I can see the signs of it already, it being a Wednesday, and I can start to see the signs going up saying this lot will be closed at 10 p.m. Friday. So you're already starting to see the signs here. But on Saturday mornings, a good 8-10 hours before the game, you're going to start seeing people moving in. First, it's sort of the affable retirees in their red shirts. Pretty soon, you'll start to see the trucks coming from out of town with their out of town license plates on. And before you know it, this is a day long festival of red. And it's not necessarily your typical tailgate. It's sort of a celebration of our culture here, and a way to really just kind of be in the moment of being who we are as Nebraskans. And it's a real kind of a self-satisfied moment that you have with other Nebraskans. It's a nice communal moment you have with everybody.
I've got my own observations about it, which I'll share with you in a moment, but I want to go back to the fact that what makes Lincoln, Nebraska on a Saturday afternoon different from Ames, Iowa, Columbus, Ohio, Austin, Texas, Tallahassee?
I think that it's really about the sort of the perspective that the fans have they love their team, to be sure, and they're gonna cheer and be loud and be as raucous as possible in that stadium. When they see opposing fans, they might rib them a little bit, but they really do tend to have a perspective on the game, I think, that tends to sort of extend our reputation as really nice people. We'll clap for the opponents when they leave the field, win or lose. We'll offer, an adult beverage or a beverage of someone's choice if they're happen to not be wearing red in the tailgate. It's a real friendliness and a hospitality that we take a lot of pride in, I think.
One of the things I've observed, having been there and also done ball games there a couple of times in my career, is the fact that where it's located, it's the upper plains. It's flat from end to end, border to border, as you said. And I think that people kind of see this as something that belongs to them, and they don't take it too far. What I mean is you don't see people, if somebody's wearing a different jersey because they happen to be visiting the park for the stadium for the game, they allow them with respect to be able to cheer their team and everything. And I just think that there's something about Nebraska, having been there, and I'll tell the story in a second, having been there, that I think stands out and is embraced by the state. Am I correct on that observation?
I think that's you're dead on. You've hit on that seminal experience that a visitor will have, and they walk away with that. And we hear that over and over again in Nebraskans. Boy, they take a lot of pride in that. That means a lot to us to hear that.
In the early years of Sports Byline, one night it was coming up in front of the Orange Bowl, and I get a call because we had an affiliate in Lincoln, Nebraska, and it happened to be your governor, Ben Nelson. And he called and he said, "Ron, I listen to you every night." He said, "Let's make a little friendly bet about the outcome of the game with Florida State." I said, "Okay." And so we did, and he lost because it was one of those games. I think there was a field goal involved at the very end of it. And
let's not talk about that.
And so
I remember it well. Yeah.
Yeah. The end of his bet was he had to have us come to his place. He was going to serve dinner, and we were going to do the show on the front lawn of the governor's mansion, which is in Lincoln, Nebraska. Now, for everybody else around the country and around the world, let me just tell you, at that time, you could go up and knock on the front door of the governor's mansion, and usually Ben Nelson would answer the door. There was no great security and stuff. So we came with our show, and Ben set up a tent on the front lawn of the governor's mansion, and he had also invited Tom Osborne, a good friend, to come over with the football team, and we came over and we had a little dinner and everything. It was a buffet dinner. And so when the governor said, well, we're now ready to start the buffet, it looked like the locust going across the prairie with the football team as they went in and they devoured everything, practically everything.
Yeah. Did you have anything left to eat?
Very little. We chewed on the bones. And so then afterwards, about 7:30 or just about a half hour in front of the broadcast, I looked out and there was nobody there. And about 15 minutes before the broadcast, all of a sudden, all these cars come up and people get out of them with their blankets and with their kids in hand, and they spread them all over the lawn there. And we did our broadcast with Tom Osborne and with the other players and everything, and it was something very special. And one of the commercial breaks, a woman comes up and gives us one of those rubber corn heads.
Yep.
And so the governor and I put them on, and before we came back on the air, I leaned over and said, now, you do know, Ben, our careers are gone. And I don't think you'll find that anywhere else, Steve.
That's a great Nebraska story. It's also a great Ben Nelson story. And you can't find a bigger Husker fan than that guy, right? I mean, the day Nebraska hosted Notre Dame in 2001, he jumped out of an airplane and landed at the 50-yard line with some Army skydivers. And, we saw him at a favorite Husker bar after the game, just standing around tipping suds with people, talking about his jump, talking about the game. And that's the kind of accessibility. He was a senator then, not the governor, but that's the kind of accessibility that we don't even, it's not even surprising to us. That's just, we come to expect that, right? That's just kind of the way it is here.
I'll share with you one other story. He came to San Francisco and came in and did an hour with me on the show. And so, when I got off the air, it was 10 o'clock on the West Coast. He said, let's go out and have dinner. So we went up to the North Beach area, the Italian section.
Sure.
And he had two Nebraska State police officers for security, and also the CHP, California Highway Patrol, provided him with two. And so we're there. Most of the diners are gone out of the restaurant, and we're sitting in a back table. And I just said to him, I said, I'm sorry, Ben, but I can't just sit here knowing there's 4 officers outside just waiting on us. Can I invite them to come in? So he said, yeah. So the guys come in, and you've got to picture this. It's an Italian restaurant. That's the kicker right there. The guys take off their jackets, and they're all manned up with guns. So as everybody walked out of the restaurant, they gave us this leery eye, and nobody was going to come up and either ask for an autograph or interrupt anything we were saying. Let's get back to your book for just a second. I know there are some humorous stories in it. Tell me over the 30-plus years that you've been a Nebraska fan, some of the ones you like and don't want to share.
Well, there's a lot of good stories in here that I try to tell as a kind of an everyday fan. I've had people say to me, "Well, what makes you so special?" That's the point. I'm not special. I'm just a nutty Husker fan that happened to be able to remember a lot of these stories. And so by telling my story, I kind of tell everybody's story, kind of as that everybody's story as a Husker fan. The one that I get the most comments about in the book is my superstitions. I read a chapter about the superstitions that I have, and I have something called my famous Husker shower, which was born the day Nebraska defeated Missouri on the infamous play called the flea kicker, where it rolled off. Scott Frost threw a ball and it landed on a guy's foot. It flipped up in the air and they caught it, and they went on to win the national title. Well, I was pretty sure they were going to get beat, so before this all happened, I went in and took a shower, came back out, that play occurs. And I'm thinking, well, it must have been the shower that made that happen. And so I still get called on social media, Twitter, whatever, whenever the team is losing, people will say, time for a shower, Husker shower. So that's the one that a lot of people hit me with. I talk a little bit about, some of the other superstitions some of my friends have that they do. The book really does go through, me starting out as a 9-year-old kid, and these guys were giants walking the earth, and it goes right up to today. So it goes on up through the Bill Callahan and Bo Pelini era, and now to the Mike Riley era, which we're all kind of excited about. So the stories are all kind of varied and can go from the insightful to the humorous, I think.
Let's go to the other end of the spectrum. How about your toughest heartbreak story with the Huskers?
Well, you already mentioned it, I think, and it's probably 2 of them. The one where Florida State defeated Nebraska 18-16 on the last-second kick that went wide in the game where Tommy Frazier duked it out with Charlie Ward in one of the best Orange Bowls ever. And that was probably one of the harder ones. I remember waking up on the hour every hour for the rest of the morning, thinking about that kick, and thinking, boy, if I could only just turn back time just for a second, I'd make things turn out differently. The other one, of course, is one of those epic games that everybody knows. It's when Tom Osborne went for 2 in 1983. I was 12 years old, and I lived and breathed with the Huskers. And this team was seen as this unstoppable juggernaut, and, of course, went for 2 against Miami. The ball rolled incomplete, and I had to lay awake that night, too, thinking, what went wrong? And those are some of the toughest things, but those are games that really define Nebraska as games that we might have lost, but we didn't get beat in, and so we do find sources of pride for those kinds of losses as well.
One of the other games that I would think would probably be in your memory in that category as well would be, I think it was the championship year. Is that the one on Thanksgiving weekend that you lost to Colorado so badly after you'd won before?
Oh yeah, Black Friday. Yeah. Yes. We speak of it as Black Friday, and that was the one I think Chris Brown just scored another touchdown. That was a stunning game as well. That one was more jaw-droppingly surprising than probably something that was an epic loss that we take great pride in. We like not to speak of it necessarily.
You mentioned about Tom Osborne, and as I said, I've known him for a long while. There was something about him. He was not kind of a raw type of guy. Can you help me out a little bit here in explaining him as a coach?
He's about the Nebraskan there is, I think. One, he was just ruthlessly efficient as a coach. And we are in, what we would call a generation-long search right now to replace him. We still hold standards all go to Tom. As a coach, not a lot to criticize there, right? The model of consistency, and then constantly evolving, constantly changing his plan, his schemes, his personnel to become sort of the epitome of what he had always envisioned in those final years, right? He ended with a real bang. To how Nebraskans feel about him, I write quite a bit. Of course, you can't write a book about Nebraska football without talking about Tom Osborne. And I talk about his effect on people. And I talk about him, and he's a fairly religious guy. I talk about him not feeling like a father Tom to me, but more like a father, Tom. He's about my dad's age, and when he says words like "wasn't" and "Missouri" and "Garsh," he'll say those kinds of things, and he'll sound like he's coming in from the farm, but he's this really smart guy, right? And this really intelligent, very streetwise, very clever man at calling plays, at managing personnel, at inspiring people, and really becoming the icon that he became here in Nebraska. And it's really difficult to speak, in a short interview about how people feel about him in the state.
We've got about 45 seconds left. What do you want people to take away from the book, Steve?
Well, I hope that it comes off as, just how far the obsession of fandom can take you. Can take an average human being, maybe on the Saturdays when your team comes on. I hope you can recognize in the book, in the anecdotes in the book, sports fans, Husker fans, football fans, whoever they might be, around the country. They can probably recognize themselves and others in some of the anecdotes, and I hope that they can relate to that.
Well, Steve, I'm going to look forward to reading this book, and I'm glad that you did update it. I want to urge other people to check it out as well. We're going to make it a selection of the month at the Sports Byline Book Corner. It's called Forever Red, More Confessions of a Corn Husker Fan. And do me a favor, if you run into Ben Nelson or run into Tom, be sure to give them both my best. They're dear friends, and I haven't seen them for a long while. So appreciate you being with us, Steve, and congratulations on this book.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Steve Smith with us again. This is the author. He is the author of the book Forever Red. I hope you'll check this out because it is a little bit different in Lincoln, Nebraska on a Saturday afternoon. We continue across the country and around the world. We've got you on America's Sports Talk Show.
Remember in the beginning when you first started to build a life for you and your family? You never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. Dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free. Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Pick up your phone and call right now. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. Once again, that's 800-932-5517.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
That's going to wrap up this hour. We talk football with Steve Smith, the author of Forever Red. You might want to check that out. His book is about what it's like to be a passionate Nebraska football enthusiast. And this book is revised, updated, and expanded from the 2005 edition. And Bob Crable also spent some time with us, the former Notre Dame linebacker who was a two-time All-American. He set Notre Dame records for tackles. He grew up in the Cincinnati area, and he went on to be drafted in the first round by the New York Jets and played his entire 6-year career with the Jets. Check out the award-winning Sports Byline USA website. Remember, you can always listen to us online anytime at sportsbyline.com. Just go to the homepage and hit that Listen Live button. I'm Ron Barr. Thanks for being a part of America's Sports Talk Show.
Hi, this is Rick Tittle. Tune in every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Pacific Time for the Video Game Review. We'll review games. We'll give away a brand new game. We'll talk cheat codes, new releases, and your calls as well. That's right here every Sunday night on the Sports Byline USA Broadcast Network.
Jen Rich here, and this is what we're hooking into on tonight's Foul Territory. More panic has set in, events are being canceled, and fans are forbidden from attending others as coronavirus precautions take over the sports landscape. We'll discuss what to expect in college basketball as conference tourneys serve as a precursor to the big dance. Francisco Lindor is done with the Indians front office. 17 NFL games seem likely, and I've got scores. Foul Territory is next.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast for March 11th, 2020. I'm Mike Clifford. All you need to know today is the letter M. Joe Biden swept those states whose polls closed by 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Biden projected to win Missouri, Mississippi, and the big prize of the night, the state of Michigan. Candidate Bernie Sanders returned to his home state of Vermont as it appeared increasingly likely that Biden might run the table Monday and in effect deny Sanders the nomination. And with the Ohio primary less than 1 week away, election officials do not want COVID-19 to become a hindrance to democracy.
Secretary of State Frank LaRose has been working with local election officials and health departments to help reduce the risk of coronavirus transmission on Election Day, March 17th. Those efforts include moving roughly 125 polling locations from senior living centers and ensuring best practices for sanitizing polling equipment. And Jen Miller with the League of Women Voters of Ohio notes there's still time to vote by absentee ballot.
They can print those off online from the Secretary of State's site, and they need to mail those requests in by Saturday at noon, and then they need to postmark the return ballot by March 16th.
County boards of elections will also be accepting curbside drop-off absentee ballots during regular voting hours on Election Day. Mary Sherman reporting. This story was produced in association with Media and the Public Interest and funded in part by the George Gunn Foundation.
Governor Mike DeWine declared a state of emergency Monday after 3 residents of Cuyahoga County tested positive for the coronavirus. Immigrants advocacy groups are urging officials to monitor the health of people in Northwest Detention Center during the coronavirus outbreak. More on that story from Eric Tegedoff.
The Shutdown NWDC Coalition, representing more than 200 groups across Washington state, is calling on the Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department to perform an on-site inspection of the facility by Friday. A community organizer with La Resistencia, Maru Villalpando, says immigration detention centers have a bad health record, including a mumps outbreak last year.
We've seen governmental officials taking seriously the health of Washington residents. They should not forget that people in the detention center are also Washington residents.
U.S. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement says it has been tracking the virus and testing when appropriate. According to the agency's latest numbers from last week, 4 people at the Northwest Detention Center had been tested, and no test was positive. The Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department did not respond to a request for comment.
Advocates are calling on officials to release people who are at high risk, such as older adults or those with underlying health conditions and pregnant women, so they can get treatment and reduce their risk to exposure. This is PNS. GOP leaders in Iowa hope to send a constitutional amendment to voters stating that a woman's right to an abortion is not protected, but opponents of that effort are rallying.
The amendment would effectively roll back a 2018 Iowa Supreme Court decision that affirms women have the right to end a pregnancy. Pro-choice groups say adopting the amendment would pave the way for a host of anti-abortion bills, including reinstating a 72-hour waiting requirement. Beth Barnhill of the Iowa Coalition Against Sexual Assault sees these types of restrictions as counterproductive.
Any sort of legislation that puts more barriers in the place and makes that decision more difficult will harm the people that we serve.
Barnhill says clients who become pregnant through an assault are coming to a decision about their pregnancy after experiencing a great deal of trauma, and adding barriers would create more trauma. Supporters of the amendment say the 2018 court decision was judicial overreach and should be placed in the hands of voters. Mike Moen, Public News Service.
Other bills that are being considered there include requiring licenses for abortion facilities and requiring death certificates for any miscarriage or abortion that occurs after at least 12 weeks of gestation. A group of parents suing Tennessee over a school voucher law that would allow public school funds to be used to help Tennessee families send their kids to private schools. Chris Wood is an attorney representing 11 plaintiffs in the case.
Diverting money from the BEP, which are funds that are supposed to go to public schools in order to pay for a separate system of private schools, we believe violates the education and the equal protection provisions of the Tennessee Constitution.
The Tennessee Education Savings Account Voucher Program passed by a single vote last spring. The lawsuit asks that it be stopped before going into effect as early as this fall. Finally, our Andrea Sears reports students will soon be exploring local waterways by canoe as they learn how streams work and the importance of clean water.
April 1st marks the beginning of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation's 30th annual Susquehanna Watershed Environmental Education Program, or SWEEP. According to Cassie Fenn, the Foundation's Student Leadership and Education Coordinator, about 1,000 6th to 8th grade students from 8 counties participate each year, learning the characteristics of streams and adjoining land and conducting hands-on experiments.
When students develop a connection to their local waterway, they're able to become more invested in how to take care of those waterways.
SWEEP has both spring and fall sessions. Teachers can sign students up for the program on the Foundation's website at cbf.org.
Educational programs help motivate students' decision-making as they develop into citizens and future leaders. I'm Mike Clifford for Public News Service. We are member and listener supported. We're online at publicnewsservice.org.
Jen Rich in studio with me here in Phoenix, Arizona, and the world's starting to hit a little bit of a panic point with this whole coronavirus. First thought to not be that big of a deal, maybe just for us, maybe just for certain people here in the States, but widespread panic has fully set in as all of the leagues at least have preparedness or readiness plans. It's going to affect college basketball. It's going to affect the NHL. It's going to affect the NBA. Major League Baseball, it seems to have a minimal effect to date, but they're not quite in full swing with their season yet, and the NFL, of course, months away. Of course, the NFL's focus right now would be the labor struggle, whether they're going to vote yes or no on this 17th game, a little bit more revenue, or they're going to hold off and we're going to play a season in limbo here in 2020. But we're going to have empty arenas. We're going to have cancellations. We talked about the cancellations in tennis. Italy is already playing soccer games in front of empty stadiums. Locker room access is going to be restricted across the board. Back in my native land of Ohio, the governor has come out and said that it can be business as usual, or you could take my advice and avoid playing indoors. And then Francisco Lindor doesn't look like he's going to make a deal with the Cleveland Indians. Let's start with the virus. We'll talk about it a lot, but where are you at with the panic versus where the panic actually is?
I am not panicking yet. If anything, I'm panicking about the panic. Like, I'm concerned more about people panicking than I am the actual virus itself.
I can understand that. 0% chance that Francisco Lindor gets re-signed by the Cleveland Indians, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't feel so good about that either.
All right, we'll give you something to feel good about. We'll do a little trivia with Jen here at the towards the end of the show. My name is Jeff Rich. It's